telling his family about it because he doesn't want them to get lazy. It's just going to be weird on family vacations when the kids are like, why is Dad in first class without us?
All right. Well, let's see. Adele, as you know, is a big-time singer, getting ready to do her show out in Las Vegas. That's what I heard. Anyway, some people can't pronounce her name. Here, she hosted a happy hour to promote her new video, I Drink Wine. Adele says that a video fan question pronounces her name correctly. Listen to the subtle difference in how she pronounces her name. Here we go.
Hi Adele, I'm Annie and I'm from London.
Love that. She said my name perfectly.
Yeah.
He came and asked me how I say my name and I was like, Adele.
How was
and she
mine?
was like, hi Adele.
They do it. Adele?
Adele.
Adele.
Now you know. And this is something all women, I guess, if their boyfriend is cheating on them, this is how they like to really catch them good. Like this lady. Listen to this young lady surprise her boyfriend with evidence that he cheated on her. She filmed herself leaving her car and confronting him as he stands in front of a building. His lack of response makes it clear he knows he's guilty and doesn't know what to say.
Ladies, you're gonna like this one.
Who's Jenna from Bowling Green? What'd you do with her? No. What did she send me everything today? What happened? You wanna tell me?
Not on that.
I bet not. Okay.
And if you're ever out scuba diving and get into trouble, well, maybe you need a mermaid or two beside you to help bring you back to life. Scuba diver Javier Claremont was diving off the coast of Catalina Island in California and lost consciousness. To his good fortune, a group of women dressed up as mermaids rescued him. Apparently, the mermaids were in the middle of a PADI mermaid rescue course, that's PADI, to learn safety when swimming dressed as a mermaid. When they saw him struggling and jumped into action. Here are the group divers that Javier was with and the woman who rescued him, Elena Marie Garcia, talking about what happened.
We're pulling them, and we're getting a little winded and a little tired out. And then out of nowhere, just a bunch of mermaids show up.
While we were practicing our mermaid rescue scenarios of rescuing another mermaid, I see him coughing foam, which is a telltale sign in diving of an air embolism.
So he started doing CPR. Right in the water. She comes in, which is great. Just mouth to mouth and just trying to get air into Pablo, making sure that he's okay.
And now I know for sure I can rescue a scuba diver in a mermaid tail, which I think is crazy.
Well, I'm glad he didn't have his teeth in so she could get that air in there,
Well,
Hang on.
you got to figure, and by the way, this is John Zumwalt, I'll tell you about that in a minute, but you got to figure that if you're in trouble in the water and you're drowning and you say a prayer and a mermaid shows up, you got to be like, wow, does prayer ever work? This is crazy.
Yeah, that's when you know you have a guardian angel.
Yeah, that's when you know you're doing things right.
Well, the Phillies not only shut out the Astros last night in Game 3 of the World Series, they were dropping bombs. Here's a montage of the 5 home runs put to the music of one of their sing-along crowd songs, Hell's Bells. Final score was Phillies 7, Houston zip. The Phillies lead the series 2-1 now. Game 4 is tonight.
McCullers to Harper. It's drilled. Right center field. Lightning strikes. 2-0 Phil. Adam Bohm starts the second and rips one to left field. Over Alvarez and gone. Ambush. 3-zip. Marsh hits a fly ball to right field. It's off the top of the wall and gone. The third home run for the Phillies. Schwarber flies it to center field. McCormick's going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. Gone! Wow! Monstrous blast! Hoskins with a drive. Left field! Wow! An explosion! The South Philly Bombers with 5!
All right, I guess that'd be about it on that.
Well, you know what the guy said? Lightning strikes, monstrous blast, explosion. I wonder if he writes all this stuff down at night so he can, just in case. And I want to say that if I were blessed enough and talented enough and young enough to play in the World Series and I hit a home run, I mean, like, doggone it, all these other guys had to hit one too. That just took away all my thunder, so.
Well, they had several off of one pitcher. It didn't last any longer than that.
Yeah, that's going to be his legacy. That's what he did.
All right, well, over the last year, Mark Zuckerberg's personal fortune has dropped over $100 billion. Oh. This is after investing billions into the metaverse. We now hear there's an even newer platform.
Since the beginning of the year, Mark Zuckerberg has lost around $100 billion.
We have a level of wealth inequality that hurts everyone.
But now he's starting a new social media site just for billionaires who no longer want to be billionaires.
The greatest successes come from having the freedom to fail.
Get ready for Facebroke.
We all lose.
On Facebroke, you can like, follow, and lose shares.
There is something wrong with our system.
Facebroke. Get online today because tomorrow things could get meta worse.
He lost $100 billion?
Yeah, and the value of the stock, yeah.
Well, he's going to have to lose a whole heck of a lot more than that to get down on my level. $100 billion. You know what? Mark Zuckerberg is always quoted as, like, what do you think about this medical advancement? Well, I think that, and the thing is, he's just a college kid who got a little bit lucky, and he just happened to come along at the right time. He's not some great genius. He just, and so we can see that now in his business dealings, whatever he's doing.
Well, one thing we know for sure, whatever he's worth, it's not enough to get a real haircut that's not nerdy.
Well, you know what? I can't talk about haircuts, but then again, I don't have billions, and if I did, you know what? I always say the guy, what's the president of North Korea's name? I always forget it.
Sun Young.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But I always think, you know, as many people as he kills just because he wants to, I can't believe his barber's still alive. I keep thinking he's going to get a glimpse of the haircut. That barber.
Well, in North Korea, I think the men have 5 or 6 haircuts they can pick from. It has to be one of those 6.
Well, surely the president can pick more than 6, but I mean, he's the one who makes the rules.
He's the trendsetter.
Oh, he's the trendsetter, yeah.
But his is one of them you can pick.
Well, the thing is, if you walk around all day and everyone says to you, "Oh, you look great," well, if I ever meet him, "Oh, you look wonderful." I don't want to spend my life in a Korean work camp, a North Korean work camp. So yeah, but that is I always thought the guy got it for the idea from a sweet potato grown in a jar. It's ridiculous looking, but at least he didn't have a bald spot right in the middle of it like mine does. So yeah. He's doing pretty good, I guess.
All right, new show sponsor today.
Today's show is brought to you by drug companies. If laughter is the best medicine, why are there so many pharmaceutical commercials during my favorite comedy shows?
Okay. Now that we covered the headline news, we have to ask that question. What about the not headline news?
This is not headline news. Today is National Stress Awareness Day, or as anyone living in America in 2022 knows it, Wednesday. Taylor Swift calls her upcoming tour a journey through all of my musical eras of my career. Or as every other band has been calling it for decades, a tour. Nicolas Cage went bald for an upcoming movie. Well, as he and John Travolta know it, taking off his hairpiece for an upcoming movie. And Tom Brady dressed as the Grim Reaper to take his kids trick-or-treating, a fitting costume since he's killing the Buccaneers' chances for a playoff run. This is not headline news.
All right.
You know, speaking of costumes, famous sports-related people, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys,
Jerry Jones.
Jerry who?
Jones.
Yeah, Jerry Jones. I've only known about him forever. Are you aware of the costume he chose and the trouble he's in?
No.
The NFL is considering fining him. Am I with it? This guy's a billionaire also. So, you know, what are they going to do? Fine him $5,000 or $10,000? They're going to fine him. Maybe. They're still trying to decide because of his inappropriate costume. They've got pictures of him. He dressed up as a blind referee. got a little referee costume on, and he's blind. And now I don't look. Okay, is he offending blind people? Can you not do that anymore? I mean, they didn't know that blind people didn't see it, or can you can't offend referees? I mean, referees. It's a joke. It is a joke, and even if you don't like him, it's a joke, and they're gonna find him, and he's gonna write that little check out and laugh. Now, if you find me, I don't know, $20,000, yes, now I'm hurting, but if you find him, he doesn't care. What does he care? But a blind referee, come on, get over it.
Yeah, and they might have a rule that they can't say anything. You can't even discuss a referee's call.
You're dead on, Steve. There is a rule. You're not allowed to make any kind of a disparaging remark about a referee. And so that's why. But, I mean, come on. It's Halloween. You dressed up like a blind referee. And I'd be willing to bet if you were to dig around, there probably is somewhere out there a referee who sadly has gone blind. And you can just say, I wonder it's him. When is Phil Johnson? He's blind. He used to be a referee. The whole thing's just crazy.
Well, you could have a blind referee on first base who would listen for the sound of the ball tagging the glove or the base runner hitting the base.
I think you're onto something here. And Steve's blind referee service. We were renting you a blind referee. Then people yell, "Are you blind?" He could yell, "Yes." Well, yes, I am, sadly.
Yes, I am.
People would feel bad then. Well, sadly, I am blind.
Any other questions?
Yeah. What's next?
Here's a little girl who suddenly got very polite after she was caught trying to sneak a frozen treat from the freezer. And check it out here.
What are you doing? An iBook. What? Please. Please. Please what? iBook. An ice pop? Please, Mama.
I think she's Irish. An ice pop?
Well, you know, these little videos go viral, and the kid, does something, and I don't know how the rest of you out there feel. I don't know how Steve feels, but I am so grateful there were not videos when I was a kid, and so my mother and dad could say, look what an idiot my son is. Look what he did today, and it's viral. Next day, there I am again. Nothing. It's never anything like, oh, look here, my son look what he made. It's amazing. It's sculpture. No, it's always something about what a moronic thing the kid did and got caught doing it.
Well, we had a little girl. How about a little boy? We got a 5-year-old boy at his adoption hearing telling the court how much he loves his mom. And the judge has a nice reply.
I love my mom so much, and she's the best one I ever had, and I love her so much.
Oh my gosh. It's important to tell people you love them and they care about you. And so you're a lucky guy.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm trying to figure out how to say this correctly because I want to say it right. There is no other love like a mom and like a child. And then, of course, I've got to say next, in the next breath, I got to ruin it by saying we're seeing how the mothers here in Moore County are rising up because they do love their children. They do. There is that love, and they're rising up to stop the foolishness that's occurring in our Moore County schools. And I hope they don't stop. It's just amazing what a mother's love and a father's love, I might add, just as strong. So anyway, got that in.
Well, they're pretty strong bonds, I can tell you that. And it's one that that's half the problem in the country. We got too many one-parent families. And we need two.
And I was talking to someone the other day about a person I know very well, and they have a child, and the person, the mother is just I think most people consider her to be a wretched person as a mother. She's addicted to probably every drug that's ever been made, and she's never home, and she does all kinds of things I won't mention on the radio to make money. And she sleeps, and she takes that little daughter to all kinds of terrible places, and yet that little daughter just loves her so much, and it's such a shame. And you can't get her taken out of the home because of all the laws that try to keep a mother and a child together, and the father's just as bad. So it's just the child, the mother, a mother's love and a daughter's love for that mother, especially when she's little and can't see all the flaws, is just an amazing thing. And then, of course, the daughter has not got a chance of turning out right because of the environment she's being raised in.
Well, that's when a lot of times I blessed my lucky stars that I didn't have to go through that.
You and me both, Steve. I had amazing parents, and I don't know, they were the kind of parents who, although we didn't have a lot of money, and I'm betting you that almost everyone listening could say the same thing. I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but I didn't know it. I thought everyone just loved, like me, pinto beans. We ate them because they were just so good. And I still eat them because they're so good. But, yeah, great parents, and the things they did to me that would have been put in jail. Like, for example, they spanked me with a belt. I turned out all right. And
they missed a few spots.
They didn't miss many. But you know what? I don't want to spank my children with a belt ever, but that's what they did back then. They didn't know any better. And you know what? I say they didn't know any better. They probably did know better, and we're the ones that don't. I always say that if they would have been spanking me in a public place in those days with a belt, people would have been standing around saying, oh my goodness, look at that. Can I have a crack at the little brat? Because that's what we did.
Well, they slipped you the number to Human Services.
Oh, yeah, another worthless organization. I don't want to start, Human Services. We could probably, if we had a line here, people could call in live. They could call in and tell Human Services stories. I bet they would tell them all day long about how ineffective they are. I know that's not the popular thing to say, but it's the realistic thing to say when you know how they really operate. And Human Services person, if you want to come on here and talk, let's do it.
You can always tell in radio when you start to approach the holiday seasons, because less happens out there, believe it or not. Less newsy things. You can get there are a lot of choir concerts and so forth and so on, but I'm talking about news. Yeah. Case in point, IKEA is suing an indie game developer for creating a horror survival video game that is set in the furniture store chain that looks remarkably like IKEA. The store is closed. The game, created by Jacob Shaw, is available for pre-order on Kickstarter. I got a trailer from it. Here we go.
Have you ever gotten lost in one of those big furniture stores? Well, I've been stuck in this one for days. It just seems to go on forever. I'd ask a staff member for help, but I don't think they're even human. And worst of all, at night, the lights go out.
The store is shut. Why haven't you left? The store is closed.
You know what? I almost got up and ran out of here because that happens to me all the time. But it happens in Walmart. And it happens when I'm trying to find someone to ask them where something is. Like, let's just say, for example, I wanted to find out where a box of Lifesavers was.
And the person will say, I'm sorry, that's not my department. Go see the guy in the Lifesaver department.
Well, worse than that, they'll tell me, aisle number 3. Just to get me off their back because they know they're not going to be there. Like, yeah, I fooled that old guy. And you go look at aisle number 3, and then you find the lady that's always there. That's one woman is every Walmart on earth. And by the way, you can wander around in Walmart for days if you're looking for your wife or your child or your grown child. But this one lady who walks with a limp because she is in so much pain. She works every day, all day. She always has a smile, and she will say, you follow me, honey, I'll take you where it is. And you walk about 1/8 of a mile an hour, and the poor thing in pain will drag you there and show you where it's at. And I always tell her, make sure that they don't find out you work here because they will fire you for that kind of service. I don't think you're allowed to do that. So, yeah, Walmart's I don't think we could probably ever hurt Walmart's business. I would not want to do that. But because people work there and they need those jobs, but it's not a very customer-friendly place these days.
I'm not opposed to a Walmart, and definitely not the employees that work there.
Yeah.
But you ever see the documentary, The True Cost of Higher Prices? I mean, The True Cost of Lower Prices.
No.
It's a documentary about Walmart and what they do and how they come in and drive so many businesses out of business when they show up in a town.
Yeah.
And also the tricks they will pull to keep a union out of their store. It's pretty intense. But also, one thing they left out of the documentary is where all the products come from. You take like a Barbie doll. Well, you would think a Barbie doll is an American product. Well, it's made in somewhere like Sri Lanka because they get a contract from Barbie to produce these things at X amount of cost, and they do. And send them back to America. And so you lose the flavor of it being made in America because it's not, and then that means your dollars head over to Sri Lanka instead of staying here.
Yep, along with all that other $30 billion that we owe to China, which I just don't really understand all that, to be honest with you. I jokingly say, if I were the president, I would say, good news, we're no longer in debt. China, we're not paying you. How you like that?
They are taking over the world, man.
They are taking over the world, and and now they're allying with Russia, you know, little at a time, and now Iran is making noise about attacking Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia, who will probably go protect the same guys who are lowering the number of barrels of oil that they're going to produce, which means our prices will skyrocket in the next couple of months. It's just yeah.
Well, Joe Biden had a front row seat like the rest of us to see why gas prices went up, and that's because you cut supply down.
And
that's simple.
It's that simple.
If he starts resupplying from the same venues, then guess what? Price of gas will come down.
He just can't make himself break with his little buddies that.
His environmental little buddies. Well,
environmental.
Like I said, when you can cap the 70 active volcanoes, big active volcanoes, and the roughly 2,000 small volcanoes, when you cap all that, then and only then will you be starting to make a dent in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Until then, shut the hell up. I mean, it's just everybody wants clean water, clean air. We get that.
We do what we can. We do what's sensible, but there are people. Look, if you pull up to a gas pump and gas is $25 a gallon, you go out and shoot a caribou just for fun. So, how we doing on time?
Yeah, we're just about out.
Right.
Coming up on 8 o'clock, and we'll return on the backside of that.
Mostly dry conditions will persist across our region today. You're going to notice a little bit more cloud cover out there this afternoon. Highs will be in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Then tonight, lows will fall into the upper 40s and mid 50s. We'll watch for a few evening and night showers. Light sprinkles cannot be ruled out. And then tomorrow, with sunshine, highs will top in the low to mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Barack Obama and Joe Biden have been stumping for Democrat candidates with the midterm elections now just 6 days away, but a number of polls suggest their efforts may fall short. The latest Wall Street Journal poll documenting a shift toward the Republicans, with voters especially concerned about the economy and inflation, not so much about abortion January 6 or any supposed threats to democracy. A victory for election integrity in Pennsylvania, where the state Supreme Court has tossed out a lower court ruling that would have allowed the counting of absentee and mail-in ballots that were not correctly dated and signed. It's a victory for Republicans who had filed suit over the issue. In Israel, former Prime Minister Netanyahu appears to be heading toward victory in national elections with 80% of the ballots counted.
It looks like voters have given Netanyahu and his far-right allies a stable majority in the country's parliament. Votes are still being counted and the results not final. But it's looking like Israel will get the most right-wing government for years, bolstered by a strong showing from the ultra-nationalist religious Zionism party, whose members use inflammatory anti-Arab and anti-LGBTQ rhetoric. The initial results pointed to a continued right-wing shift in the Israeli electorate, further dimming hopes for peace with the Palestinians and setting the stage for possible conflict with the Biden administration. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
A manhunt underway in Newark, New Jersey, where 2 police officers were shot and wounded while trying to make an arrest yesterday afternoon. Police do know who they're looking for. The suspect, a 30-year-old man from East Orange, New Jersey. No cashless bail for the man accused of brutally attacking Paul Pelosi in the Pelosi home in San Francisco. A judge remanding the suspect to jail. No bail. Wall Street, Dow futures up 2 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 19 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold, the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Saudi Arabia tells the U.S. that Iran is preparing for an attack on the kingdom.
U.S. officials have confirmed that Saudi Arabia has shared intelligence with American officials that suggest Iran could be preparing for an imminent attack on the kingdom. The concern comes as the Biden administration is criticizing Tehran for its crackdown on widespread protests and condemning it for sending hundreds of drones to Russia for use in its war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, U.S. relations with Saudi Arabia have soured after the Saudis and other OPEC Plus nations announced in October that it would cut oil production by 2 million barrels per day. The administration says it is reviewing U.S. relations with the Saudis. I'm Norman Hall.
Russia agreeing to resume participation in a deal brokered by Turkey and the UN to keep grain and other commodities moving out of Ukraine's ports during Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That word this morning from the president of Turkey. News and analysis at townhall.com. A sequel to the 1983 classic movie A Christmas Story is on the way.
The first trailer for the new movie has been released. A Christmas Story Christmas sees the return of original star Pete Billingsley as an adult Ralphie, who returns to the home he grew up in with his new family. While the original movie was set in the 1940s, the new movie is set in the 1970s. Ian Petrella, Zach Ward, Scott Schwartz, and R.D. Robb are also returning to reprise their previous roles from the 1983 movie. A Christmas Story Christmas debuts on HBO Max on November 17th. Tasha Stevens reporting.
CVS Health announcing an agreement in principle that would make it the first major pharmacy chain to reach a nationwide settlement of lawsuits over the opioid crisis. CVS would pay about $5 billion over 10 years under a deal that, if it's accepted, would be one of the largest settlements over the opioid crisis. And on Wall Street, Dow futures are down 18 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
New York, San Francisco, and now North Carolina. Professional criminal enterprises are looting our stores, stealing thousands. It's not just dangerous, it's driving up prices, hurting families who need relief from inflation. State Senator Tom McInnes knows getting tough on crime and lowering prices are not partisan issues. That's why Senator McInnes fought so hard in Raleigh to crack down on these professional shoplifters. Praised by Republicans and Democrats, Senator McInnes passed tougher penalties for thieves who steal from us. And Tom McInnes cut our taxes, the first $25,000, income tax-free. It's helping families fight inflation and helping small businesses get back on their feet. Senator Tom McInnes, making our communities safer, fighting higher prices, strengthening our economy. Tom McInnes, State Senate. Paid for by Main Street Merchants for a Better North Carolina.
When you make the right decision, it feels good. Like picking the perfect accent rug or choosing a good night's sleep over an all-night crime show binge. It feels really good to make the right insurance decision, too. I'm Ward Rowland, your State Farm agent, and I'm right here in Moore County. I'll help you select the right protection at the right price. And I'll work with you to make sure you understand your State Farm coverages so you'll know what to expect if the unexpected happens. I'll make it easy to make the choice that's right for you. Just call me, 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning customers include the military, federal, state, and local governments, hospitals, and school systems, as well as many independent businesses. We stand by our services and products, and as a result, we are proud that our business comes from repeat business and customer referrals. Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning also serves many residents in Moore and surrounding counties, and we have been in business for 70 years. Call 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Hey golfers, did you know that for over 3 years, pro golfer Bubba Watson has used CBD MD's products to help relieve aches and pains as well as calm his mind? Well, now you can too. Flowland in Aberdeen is your CBD MD headquarters. CBD MD is the only CBD company listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and all the products are THC free. Flowland is open 7 days a week at 1200 Sand Hills Boulevard in Aberdeen for all your CBD needs.
Gib and Jess here from Sand Hills Trailer Sales, formerly Dobie Trailer. We sell
trailers.
We're located at 438 White Hill Road in Sanford off of US 1 and 15501, where we sell
trailers.
Whether you need an enclosed, gooseneck, ATV, or equipment trailer, we have them all. We are veteran-owned, so stop by and see us or call us today at 919-776-9624. Sand Hills Trailer Sales for all your trailer needs.
And did I mention we sell trailers?
Hi friends, Eric Cooper here from Cooper Ford to answer the question, why shop at Cooper Ford? First, we're locally and family owned, and that means every dollar you spend stays right here in the community. In fact, our ongoing commitment to our community is because Cooper Ford is part of the community. We live here, we shop here, share our faith here, and support many community causes. Plus, at Cooper Ford, we don't have and never had market-adjusted prices over MSRP like so many other dealers. We give fair and honest prices. It's just doing the right thing. And finally, at Cooper Ford, you're not just a number. You're part of the Cooper Ford family.
Cooper Ford, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
It's our inventory reduction sale. Hi, this is Catherine Phelps, new owner of your local Sears hometown store, where creating relationships is our business. My husband Joe keeps ordering in a truckload every week of discontinued clearance appliances and tools. Hurry in and help us clean out our distribution center and save up to 50% off while quantities last. See store for details. Your locally owned Sears hometown store in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
PCS Pavement and Soft Washing Pros is the go-to for your asphalt repair, seal coating, and pressure washing needs. Low-pressure power washing is the safest way to wash your home's exterior using the most advanced eco-friendly techniques to remove mold, mildew, and weather stains from all surfaces to restore your outdoor areas to their original glory. Call PCS Pavement and Soft Washing Pros at 910-944-0950 or visit them online at ProContractingServicesNC.com.
Hello, North Carolina. Dick Heller here. You might recognize that name from the Supreme Court case D.C. v. Heller. I'm not moving to North Carolina yet because if I did, I couldn't keep suing Washington, D.C. But if I was to move, the first thing I would do is get my concealed carry permit, and I'd take my class from BearArms.com. I've worked with them in the past. I expect to work with them again soon, and I hope you would too.
Thanks, Dick. Steve Bozick here. Classes are filling up fast. Go to BAREARMS.com to reserve your seat today.
NCOT News. I'm Mike Riley. On Tuesday, Governor Roy Cooper made an executive order creating a commission on the future of public universities in North Carolina. Tom Ross was named one of the co-chairs of the commission.
If we do not protect, preserve, support, and treasure our university system, we will not be able to develop new cures for diseases, modern technologies to enhance our lives, innovative agricultural and business solutions, or create better lives for the people in North Carolina and beyond.
Nearly 24 North Korean missiles aimed at the sea were fired in just 12 hours today. CBS News' Elizabeth Palmer is in Tokyo.
Analysts and my diplomatic sources say that there's no reason to think tension on the Korean Peninsula is going to diminish anytime soon. In fact, just the opposite. They expect that North Korea may escalate with an underground nuclear weapons test sometime quite soon.
The Supreme Court heard heard arguments on two cases involving affirmative action in college admissions at the University of North Carolina and Chapel Hill and Harvard University this week. UNC law professor Ted Shaw told WFMY.
The only way we've been able to bring about more inclusion, more opportunity in this country isn't accidental.
There's no room in the ICU. That's what UNC Children's Hospital Dr. Benny Joyner tells Spectrum News.
I think it's been extremely challenging. It's been an extremely busy time.
It was in 2019 when Duke University environmentalists discovered a substantial amount of PFAS chemicals in the pipelines of the water system of the town of Maysville near Kinston. White Oak waterkeeper Wiley Lewis told WITN, now's different.
Luckily, it turns out there is not any detectable PFAS in the surface waters around Maysville.
You're listening to NCN News.
Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and the liberals have ruined our economy. And Sherry Beasley backed their big spending schemes, causing soul-crushing inflation and destroying retirement savings, hurting us all. Now, North Carolina families are paying more for almost everything. But Sherry Beasley wants even more job-killing taxes and more spending that'll give us even more inflation. Gas prices are rising again. Retirement accounts are plummeting. And families are struggling to put food on the table. Things would only get worse with Sherry Beasley in Washington because she won't stop the liberals. Because she is one of them. They're taking away what you work so hard for. With higher prices and higher taxes, it has to stop. We don't have to live like this. If we stop Sherry Beasley. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.senateleadershipfund.org.
Candidates are making their final pitch to voters ahead of Election Day. Millions have already cast their ballot with early voting.
President Biden warned voters in Florida that Social Security and Medicare will be under siege if Republicans take control of Congress.
Now, these guys want to take it away. Who in the hell do they think they are? Excuse my language.
CBS News considers 5 Senate races to be toss-ups. In Georgia, Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock holds a slim lead over Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
You vote for someone like Herschel Walker because I'm not going to dance and sing for anyone. I'm going to do right by the people of Georgia.
Skyler Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
The average price of a gallon of gas in North Carolina remains steady at about $3.41 per gallon, according to GasBuddy.com. That's about 15 cents more than the start of October. Renters and home buyers face a dismal landscape these days in finding affordable housing. Executive Director of Chapel Hill Base Empowerment Incorporated, Dolores Bailey.
It's difficult. The funding is difficult to secure. Construction costs work against us.
In almost final results, former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is back to leading Israel.
Bibi, King of Israel, sang Benjamin Netanyahu's supporters after the results came in. We have won a huge vote of confidence, Netanyahu said. He is expected to form a coalition with several ultra-Orthodox parties and an extremist right-wing party called Religious Zionism. One of their leaders, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has called for the death penalty for terrorists and opening fire on Palestinian stone throwers. Linda Gradstein for CBS News, Jerusalem.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
It will not be as warm as it was yesterday, but we'll still see above normal temperatures. Highs will top in the upper 60s and lower 70s. We will keep clouds around throughout the afternoon, and then this evening, especially tonight, we could see a few light showers move through. Some sprinkles will be possible with lows in the upper 40s and mid 50s. Look for highs in the low to mid 70s for tomorrow. It is going to be a pleasant afternoon. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now, here in the Sand Hills area, sunny and 55 degrees, humidity 92%, 2.53, winds calm and pressure 30-60. It is 8:15. Let's take a look at the Sand Hills news for this Wednesday morning. Deputies with the Moore County Sheriff's Department arrested a woman from Southern Pines on alleged drug charges following a traffic stop in Pine Bluff on Thursday. Deputies initiated a traffic stop in the 400 block of Pine Bluff Cemetery Road in Pine Bluff. The search of the vehicles was rendered heroin, oxycodone, drug paraphernalia, and arrested 42-year-old Susan Marie McRae Lira. She was also charged with outstanding warrants for arrest out of Moore County for possession of heroin, drug paraphernalia, and identity theft. Pinehurst Fire Chief Carlton Cole has successfully completed the process that awards the professional designation of Chief Fire Officer. Cole becomes one of only 1,764 CFOs worldwide. Village manager Jeff Sanborn said Cole doesn't expect professionalism, development, and technical competence growth from his firefighters. He expects it from himself also, and the village is fortunate to have Chief Cole leading the Pinehurst Fire Department. And what else we got? The 18th Airborne Corps headquarters has officially returned from Europe following a 9-month deployment where American Contingency Corps rapidly deployed to Germany in support of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and to assure our European allies and partners. In February, over 300 personnel from the Corps headquarters deployed from Fort Bragg to provide a joint task force capable headquarters in Wiesbaden, Germany. This deployment was directed by Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin as a response to a heightened security environment in Eastern Europe to reinforce NATO's eastern flank. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sandhill Sentinel. And, of course, you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:18. Sports is next. Right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
The Morning Sports Report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
CN Sports, I'm Nate Saunders. The Phillies powered their way to a win over the Astros in Game 3 of the World Series. Correspondent Michael Luongo has the story.
The long ball was the order of the day for the Phillies as they belted out 5 home runs in a 7-0 win over the Astros in Game 3 of the World Series. Bryce Harper had a 2-run home run in the bottom of the first. That was followed by solo home runs by Alec Bohm and Brandon Marsh in the bottom of the second. Kyle Schwarber and Rhys Hoskins added back-to-back homers in the bottom of the fifth. For Hoskins, it was his 6th homer of the postseason.
We know the type of offense that those guys have over there, so it's always key. However many runs that we have never feels like enough.
Ranger Suarez picked up the win. Michael Luongo, Philadelphia.
Phillies designated hitter Bryce Harper says his focus is doing what he can for his team.
I'm just so focused on winning. You know, I'm not focused on anything else besides that. Just having the opportunity to come in here and, you know, grateful for the opportunity to be here and just grateful to be here with this team and this organization and not really worried about anything else.
The NFL trade deadline turned into a frenzy with 15 teams making 10 deals involving 12 players and several draft picks. Edge rusher Bradley Chubb, tight end TJ Hawkinson, wide receiver Chase Claypool, and suspended wideout Calvin Ridley headlined the list of players switching teams ahead of the 4 p.m. cutoff. Miami bolstered both sides of the ball, acquiring Chubb from Denver and running back Jeff Wilson from Miami. And Steve Nash is out as Brooklyn Nets coach after a disappointing start and more controversy surrounding Kyrie Irving. The Nets announced Tuesday they had parted ways with the Hall of Fame point guard a day after they beat Indiana to improve 2-5. Nash made it to the season after Kevin Durant said he wanted him out this summer, but not much longer. The Nets have been another mess so far this season. I'm Nate Saunders, and you're listening to NCN Sports.
There are many issues in this election, but Sherry Beasley only wants to talk about one, her support for killing unborn babies by abortion. Sadly, Sherry Beasley wants to deny the most basic right to life to unborn babies. Sherry Beasley even supports a federal law that allows unlimited abortion, essentially until birth, and she wants to pay for it with your tax dollars. Sherry Beasley should not be in the U.S. Senate. Ted Budd respects life. He supports measures to protect unborn babies and their mothers. Ted Budd voted to protect unborn babies from painful late abortions, and Ted Budd voted against using your tax dollars to pay for abortion. Ted Budd will fight to protect life. Unborn babies can't vote, but you can. Please vote for life. Vote for Ted Budd for U.S. Senate.
Paid for by the National Right to Life Victory Fund at nrlvictoryfund.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRL Victory Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
President Joe Biden took his own playful swing at Philadelphia's infamously ornery sports fans, including one real close to home. Biden called Philadelphia Philly supporters the most virulent, obnoxious fans in the world while campaigning in Florida. Biden grew up in Pennsylvania. The NCAA is allowing teams to play and practice on Election Day. It had been a mandatory day off for the past 2 years so athletes could participate in civic engagement. The Student Athlete Advisory Committee proposed a change last year, allowing teams in season to play or practice on Election Day as long as they get another day off before or after for civic engagement. There are 11 men's basketball games next Tuesday, along with 10 women's games. There are also 3 college football games. The NBA has taken the day off. The NHL has 11 games scheduled. You're listening to NCN Sports.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Hey there, Miss Sherry Beasley. This is Miss Lindsay again. I need to revisit with you about this radical abortion rights bill you're promoting. Did you read this bill, Sherry Beasley? I know you are a highfalutin lawyer and Miss Lindsay's just a country girl, but I know how to read, Sherry Beasley. Section 2 of the radical abortion bill you're promoting takes away the right of Tar Heel parents to have to consent if their minor daughter is thinking about abortion. Section 3 removes any age restriction. Did you bother to read this, Sherry Beasley, before you took $25,000 from those abortion rights groups? Ted Budd did read the bill and voted against it. Ted Budd is standing up for parents against this bill that takes their rights away. Ted Budd believes parents have the right to raise children as they see fit. Elect Ted Budd to the U.S. Senate.
Paid for by Patriotic Veterans, Inc., a 501c4 committee, not coordinated with any candidate or campaign committee.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
Is your Medicare covering enough? First Medicare Direct Plans were made for you. For 2023, we're lowering copays and out-of-pocket maximums so you can save even more. Plus, we've added reimbursements for your favorite fitness activities, including golf. Our plans start at $0 a month. Learn more during a free seminar in your area. Visit firstmedicare.com/FMD23. First Carolina Care Insurance Company is a health plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in First Carolina Care depends on contract renewal. For accommodations of persons with special needs and meetings, call 888-382-9781 TTY 711.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
This is Chuck from Sunbelt Service Pros. Are you just not feeling it anymore with your AC service provider? Are you calling those guys because that's what you've always done, or because there's a sticker on the thermostat with an old phone number on it? How about this? Take a chance and you'll be thrilled to find that you're getting real value for your heating and cooling dollars. When you call Sunbelt Service Pros, you are dealing with a professional and reliable service provider. Our technicians are highly trained and certified and can quickly address any issues. Our customers find our technicians and office staff courteous, friendly, and professional throughout the whole process. We're doing something right here. You need to check us out. Find out what you've been missing and call us today. Sunbelt Service Pros at 910-944-2044 or go online to sunbeltservicepros.com.
Christmas is right around the corner, and the Rockingham Speedway Christmas is looking for vendors and business sponsors who would like to showcase their products or business to over 25,000 customers this December. For more information, call 910-725-4250 or support@speedwaylights.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back, one local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is proudly sponsored by Moore County Citizens for Freedom. Always looking out for you.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. A fellow named Stephen Freeman had a fender bender in Michigan last week. Stephen, who's 19 years old, took off after the wreck. He was driving a pickup truck. Now, I'm sure that everyone knows this, but you're not supposed to take off after you've been in a wreck. Stephen did. He took off, and of course, they caught him. They were trying to figure out why he ran. Well, it turns out he had a lady with him that shouldn't have been there. Her name was Gabriel Seitz. She was a little old for him, but here's the troublesome part. She was dead, and she had a shoelace tied around her neck. One of their top-notch investigators announced there were signs of strangulation. Must have been that pesky shoelace. The kid's charged with concealing stolen property, not murder. You see, having a dead 60-year-old woman with a shoelace around her neck and signs she's been strangled is not enough for you to be charged with murder. I didn't say convicted, I said charged. Couldn't even be charged. Not much different in our schools. If a kid sends an email to a kid threatening to bring a gun to school to kill a group of boys, we can't do anything. That email might have been sent from anywhere. How do we know who sent it? Oh, I have an idea. Investigate. What? You did? Investigate more. Or let the mamas investigate it. They'll find out what happened. They had me at the body and the shoelace at the Zumwalt Zone.
Mostly dry conditions will persist across our region today. You're going to notice a little bit more cloud cover out there this afternoon. Highs will be in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Then tonight, lows will fall into the upper 40s and mid 50s. We'll watch for a few evening and night showers. Light sprinkles cannot be ruled out. And then tomorrow, with sunshine, highs will top in the low to mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us. On November 2nd, the United States will celebrate National Deviled Eggs Day. That's today?
It's National Deviled Egg Day.
What?
Deviled egg, anyone?
Stomach contents, 1 deviled egg. Deviled egg?
It is National Deviled Egg Day.
Wow. Really nice deviled egg presentation this year.
That's one of the school buses, a deviled egg.
I make a decent deviled egg. The end.
And that explains the smell.
It's showtime.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sand Hills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, and don't forget, of course, you can see our video of this program live as it happens on our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or weeb990.com. Top middle of the page is the video link. If you want just our audio stream, that's available too. In the upper right-hand corner of every page, it has an icon that says on the air, listen live. Click that once, and you're listening that quick to our broadcast stream. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area. It's going to be a nice day. Partly cloudy, 71 tonight. Partly cloudy, 53 tomorrow. More of the same with a high of 73, 74 on Friday, 79 on Saturday and Sunday. A chance of showers in 79. Monday and Tuesday back to partly cloudy. High 77, 73. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm. Pressure is 30-60, dew point 53, humidity 93%. We have sunshine and 55 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All righty. It is 8:32, 32 past the hour. It's time for the Zoom Ball Zone that we feature every Wednesday morning. Good morning, John.
Well, good morning, Steve. Good morning, everyone. And let me say hello to our, I don't even know if we should call him a guest anymore. He's on every other Wednesday. People love to hear what he's got to say. He's our North Carolina State Treasurer. Good morning, Dale Falwell.
Good morning, Jay-Z. How are you?
Doing fine, doing great. Look, I've got some questions for you this morning about something that's been going on for years, and I don't know.
Wait a minute, my bad. Go ahead.
I'm not really sure why I haven't brought this up enough. We've talked about it before, but it's certainly a national story, and it's actually very interesting, and it could have some application here. I hope it doesn't. I don't think it does, but I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of these towns or cities that are losing their charters and are because of fiscal distress and as you say, fraud and inability to operate. And it's just an amazing story. They're just actually losing their charter. Before we jump into this, any broad statement you want to mention about this?
Well, I'd be glad to. And your listeners know through the census how strong our torso is. The Asheville, Charlotte, Triangle, Wilmington, and Boone areas. But we have major distress going on in rural North Carolina, what I consider the toes and the fingers and the legs and the arms of our state. Most recently, just south of and a little bit east of you, we dechartered East Laurinburg, North Carolina. East Laurinburg had not consistently produced an audit in 10 years. They had been collecting taxpayer money for essential services. They really didn't offer any essential services except one street light. And the state auditor went in to East Laurinburg and found checks made out to petty cash. The problem with that, Jay-Z, is that there's no petty cash account at East Laurinburg, and the person who signed the front of the check was related to the person who signed the back of the check. After the state auditor left East Laurinburg, she went east to Spring Lake, there between Pinehurst and where you are in Fort Bragg, and found over $550,000 of money had been embezzled from the little town of Spring Lake, and purportedly 35 missing city vehicles. I didn't know they had 35 city vehicles in Spring Lake, but evidently there's 35 that are missing. And on top of that, over $150,000 worth of those checks in Spring Lake were made out to a nursing home, the Heritage Nursing Home, on behalf of the finance officer's mother, and even put her name on the memo line of the city check. That person's now been arraigned and pled guilty and awaiting sentencing for this embezzlement, but this is going on across North Carolina, and Spring Lake has been back in the news recently as they've been trying to attract a world-class city manager.
What is the typical sentencing for that embezzlement charge?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm obviously interested that she gets the maximum time that she deserves. But more importantly, Steve, there's something on the books called the felony forfeiture law. There's nothing that ticks your listeners off more than to have somebody embezzle money from them and earn a pension while they're doing it. So the main part for me at this point, after being a part of this investigation, working with State Auditor Wood and U.S. Attorney Easley Jr., is to make sure that the judge writes the order in the way that we can operationalize this felony forfeiture law so that we can go in for the time that she was doing this embezzlement and remove her years of service for the pension credit she was earning while she was embezzling.
Well, you know what, Treasurer, some folks might chuckle a little bit hearing this, and I understand that, but it's extremely, extremely serious. I know from doing my research that these are people that are hurt. The average per capita for some of these cities income is $23,500. We know that 12% of these folks are below the poverty line. There's not one thing funny about people who are being hurt by selfish criminals. Let me ask you this. Would you say that most of the problems are caused by crooks, or do you think they're caused by most of the problems are caused by just pure ineptness? What do you think?
I think it's a lack of transparency, a lack of competence by the governing boards, and a lack of governance. So it's transparency, competency, governance, and obviously just plain out thievery.
Well, let me see if I can neck it down a little bit more. When you go into these towns and she does her audits, is she finding that in every single case there are signs of embezzlement, or is she finding in a lot of cases it's just ineptness?
It's a combination of all those things, and you know, we've talked on your show about Spring Lake. We've taken over Robersonville. We've taken over we're coming up on a dozen cities. Most of them are in the east, and some of them are in the west. Kingstown and Cliffside Water and Sewer District, which is upside down. But it's a combination of all that. But this is a serious matter, and we're taking it seriously. And we have 1,100 entities that report to the LGC. We have 35 staff members. So when we take over a town, we're having to approve to put up the Christmas lights, take down the Christmas lights, sign the checks for the employees. It's a very serious matter. And, you know, with all this negativity, we got Navassa down in Brunswick County that you've been reading about, where the whole finance department, everybody just walked out. And there was nobody there to sign the checks. And, you know, I think one of the elected officials said, well, he'll just sign the checks. And I sent a letter to the district attorney and the sheriff. I said, anybody who signs a check off the town of Navassa should be arrested immediately, because there's nobody authorized to do that. But then we got great stories like a husky that was on its back 7 or 8 years ago, and now they're doing well financially. And you haven't heard of any big economic development announcement for a husky, North Carolina. It's just people got elected to the town board and got the right people in there, and now they have the level of transparency, governance, and competency that their taxpayers deserve. And Pikeville, we took over Pikeville a year and a half ago, and now we're in the 9th inning of releasing Pikeville back to its governing board. So there are some good examples of this, but as you said earlier, this directly and proportionally more than anyone impacts lower and fixed income people. I don't know what their individual situations are, but I suspect that versus property taxes and sales taxes, versus sales taxes and income taxes, property taxes are probably their biggest tax burden. And for them to paying their taxes into these communities and have it embezzled from them in Spring Lake's situation twice in 10 years and not get the level of essential services that they deserve is horrific.
And folks don't even realize this is happening. Well, I don't think we're in any trouble around here anywhere. But I understand that from reading that these places can't find qualified financial officers or audit firms that are willing to go to work for them for what they can afford to pay. What are some of the red flags that that alert you, besides the fact that they don't send in an audit? What are some of the red flags that a person might look for that have some knowledge of the inner workings of what's happening?
Well, as an accountant and a CPA, I follow one of the most powerful forces on the face of the earth, which is the money. And whether it's Spring Lake or whether it's East Laurinburg or the North Carolina Department of Transportation, which we've talked about in the past, where I sounded the alarm that, they were spending billions and billions more dollars. They were writing checks they couldn't cash. So I just follow the money, and eventually that's going to, put somebody in a peril that's going to rise to the level of getting audited. So this is a very, very serious matter, as you said. And as far as, you talk about the pay, it's all public record what these people make, but, some of these city managers make hundreds of thousands of dollars in some of these small towns. It's not a $40,000 a year job. And my point of saying that to your listeners, or children or grandchildren of some of your listeners, going into public service, even in some of these small towns and counties, can be a good, very, very good lifestyle.
Well, it's a shame. It's a shame, and it's disgusting and sickening, and I hope that they do get the maximum sentence if they are indeed guilty. Let's switch gears here for a second before you leave. And we talk about this almost every week, but it's the battle of the hospitals. And again, not the doctors and nurses. And I talked to a doctor a couple of days ago about this. It's not them. They are in complete agreement with you. But the thing that I wanted to mention today is when I see headlines, when I'm reading the news, and it says something like this: hospitals push back against North Carolina State Treasurer Dale Folwell. And it reminds me so much of our current political atmosphere in Moore County, where people push back, and it's like, and I'm thinking, push back. How do you push back against figures that are on a piece of paper and that are black and white? There is no pushing back. It's just flat denial, deny, and hope people will quit listening to Treasurer Folwell and just give this up. I don't know what the correct word is. You call them a cartel. It's not exactly what I would call a scam, but it's very close to it. But I just want people to know from your lips, I just want them to hear over and over and over again. All of us are going to be hospitalized or suffer some form of major medical trauma, and we are going to become victims, and that is the correct word, victims of this cartel that is just ripping us off. And this, by the way, it's not helping the doctors or the nurses or the other people. So before you go, I just want to say that glad you're doing that, and you're criticized a lot because these folks have got millions and millions, well, they've got billions, but they've got millions to throw. They've probably got a Dale Folwell fund that it's a shut Folwell fund up, I imagine, out there somewhere. And keep up the fight. Any interesting news on that front?
Well, we just put out another report. And every time we put out a report that your listeners can go and read by going to nctreasurer.com. I mean, it's peer-reviewed by Johns Hopkins University, Rice University, University of Southern California. This is not just me saying these things. They're peer-reviewed by these major statistical think tanks who actually verify what we're saying. And in the words of Popeye, back in the 70s, the people of North Carolina can't stand it because they can't stand it no more. They're no longer going to accept having 20% of their income going towards something that they don't consume, but it consumes them. And they're a life-saving surgery should not cost you your life savings. We're in a situation now where people can't see themselves past their poverty. It's not Republican, Democrat, unaffiliated, or libertarian. It's simply immoral. And in the words of Tom Petty, I will go to the gates of hell, but I'm not backing up on this, because as Governor Martin continues to tell us, and former Governor Martin, doing right's rarely wrong, and people being scared to go get medical services because of what could happen to their credit score is wrong.
It is. And I would like to mention that organizations or schools and think tanks and on, like Johns Hopkins, do not exist in order to back up the Treasurer Dale Folwell. they give out data that is, you can't, there's no arguing with it. So that's a very good source. Those kinds of places are a good source to go to read what I would call the facts of the case and decide for yourself. Treasurer, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us today. I know you're always busy running from one place to the next. And
well, thank you. We gave out a lot of NC cash in Western North Carolina this week, and we'll talk about that next time. And just want to tell your listeners, you were jumping on me last night because I responded to a text. I said 10-4, and you said, for a man of few words, that was not even words. And I said, well, you're getting ready to say I do, and that's a few words also.
Yeah, well, and hopefully she'll say I do as well. But anyway.
Well, thank you for having me, Steve. Colonel, thank you.
Thank you, and we'll talk to you a week and a half from now.
Yeah, play that Tom Petty song for your listeners.
All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, well, folks, that was the North Carolina State Treasurer, arguably one of the most powerful men in North Carolina when all is said and done, and he's a good, strong, solid Republican and a conservative, more importantly. You know, we talked about all the money that's spent to hide the truth, and we're seeing that in our own community on the different elections here. We're seeing things that you can't deny being denied. We're seeing school board members who are running for office, and they're saying things like, you know, our schools are doing great, and we want to keep that up. We've got 19 years, 15 years, 10 years, 8 years of experience. And in one case, we have a sitting school board member who's saying, I'm on the school board, and I'm doing such a wonderful job. Just reelect me. Everything will be fine. And the facts are so easy to look at. And I just don't know how it would be like if I'm not a big baseball guy. I wish I was, because baseball is such an intricate sport. It's like super chess. But I don't know all of the ins and outs, and when they pull a left-hander to put in a right-hander and then the other guy, I don't understand all of that. But I do understand that in politics, it's very easy to look, just to look. That's all you have to do. And looking at letters to the editor doesn't cut it. A letter to the editor might say something like this: so-and-so has been on the school board for all these years. We need that experience. When the truth is, it should say something like this: so-and-so has been on the school board all these years. Please do us a favor and go look that person up and find out exactly when they got on the school board, and look at the shape the school board, or rather our schools, are in now. And it should never come down to Zumwalt, Levy, Hensley, Adams saying things on the radio, and we don't know what is true. This is so easy. This is so simple. And that's the good part about this. It's so easy because all you have to do is look at the black and white, the data that is on paper. And it's on paper from the Department of Public Instruction in North Carolina, in Raleigh. And it got there from information that was sent to them by our Moore County schools. And it very simply tells you the number of failing schools that we have in Moore County, and the number of the grades that kids are making, and how many kids are not reading the standard. And you keep hearing that over and over, and our 3 legacy clones would like to tell you that no, that they're doing wonderfully. Our kids are doing wonderfully. The facts just are not, the paper, the scores, the tests don't bear that out. And so I don't know of an easier way, an easier race for you to make up your mind than this one, where you can say, and by the way, we keep hearing about these failing schools. It's so much worse. We have 2 failing schools now. That should be unacceptable to anyone, 2 failing schools. But what the whole truth of this is that they changed the grading system so that now you have to have a below 40 to be a failing school. So one of our schools has like a 33 and one has like a 30 whatever percentile grade. And that is in anybody's mind, that is just absolutely I'm looking for a stronger word than unacceptable. No one wants to come home and hear that, hey, great news, your school got a 41%, and they're passing. In the old days, you remember, below 70 was a failing grade. If we went back to that system, there would be like 9 failing schools now instead of 2. But they just changed the number grade to make it a passing grade. So I guess that's what you do now. You just, if you're running for office and your side is in office and you have the ability, you just change everything. And I've said on here before, I can imagine me, and I would like you to imagine you going home as a child and telling your father, good news, Dad, I made a 42, I passed. Or going back and tell him, hey, I made a D, Dad, on this test. Let me change subject, switch reasoning, and tell you this. Now we have people like Helena Wallen-Miller, former school board member, writing letters to the editor and saying things like these tests don't really reflect the in-state. They don't really reflect because it's a one-time test, and the child may not have eaten well that day with their free breakfast and free lunch. I don't know how they couldn't. That we provide for everyone, regardless of their financial status of their parents. Or they'll say something like, well, these tests are not really designed for this. But where was all that rhetoric before? How come they were perfectly fine 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago until we bring them to light? You were always bragging about, oh, well, we're doing so well, until we bring it to light about how terrible the kids are doing and the schools are doing. And then all of a sudden, these tests do not make sense. Again, me going home to my dad and saying, Dad, I got a D on this test, but Dad, it's not my fault because these tests are not designed very well. And this doesn't really reflect my true capability. I can do a lot better than this. And hear my dad say, well, son, I hate hearing that they did that to you. That's awful. So the weak excuses that we're hearing are just not good enough. And now you keep hearing over and over and over, kids are not reading to standard. We can roughly say about 50%. Sometimes it's way more than that are not reading to standard, and sometimes it's a point or two less, depending on the grade you're in. But here's the bottom line. Our state law says that if you're in the 3rd grade, you cannot be promoted to the 4th grade until you can read the standard. And we are promoting to the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, on and on until people graduate and they cannot read the standard. Now, what does that mean, read to standard? If your child graduates and they are able to read the standard, that's one thing, that's one thing that they can do. A whole huge percentage of kids that graduate from high school, I don't care how many kids graduate, I don't care if it's 99% graduate, it's still a terrible statistic, because if they cannot read the standard, reading to standard means this. It means they can do the absolute minimum. That's not the definition that the state puts out, but you should look it up. You should look it up for yourself. They can do the absolute minimum to get by in reading. It doesn't mean that they can just take any book and comprehend it. In fact, so if they can't even read to standard, that means they can't even read well enough to just be able to barely, with some help, go to the next level and pass. And do you realize, and I know you do realize, how terrible that is? Awful. And I said last night in a meeting that parents, all of you remember, if you have children, all of you will remember this one moment when you took your child by the hand and you walked them. They were dressed up in their little kindergarten or their 1st grade outfits that you had bought, and they look so cute, and you're holding their hand and you just are almost on the verge of tears, because it's another chapter in that child's life, and they're looking up at you, and they look at the school, and they look at the teacher, and look at you, and you're thinking, will they go in? Will they cry? Will they? And then that moment when they let go of your hand and they go in that school, and you're so proud, and you leave, and you just are so sad and so happy at the same time. Your heart is just crushed because you letting that child go, but you do so believing that child is going to learn, which they're not, that child is going to be safe, which they're not, that child is going to is not going to be influenced by outside influences that will teach them about they might be another gender or another animal even. You shouldn't have to worry about that. And that is why, in fact, we have this exodus from public schools. And when you so proudly sit at the graduation for your child and your child walks up that aisle and they shake the hand of the superintendent and they hand them that diploma, you need to know that child is getting that diploma in spite of the grades. They not all of them, of course. Of course, we produce some amazingly brilliant and talented people that go on to go to MIT and other places, and the academies. But you should know that they're, in many cases, they can't read to standard, they can't write to standard, they can't do math to standard. 93% of our black students can't even get into our local junior college because without taking remedial classes. So we've got a problem, and there's only one way to fix this problem, and that is to vote out the legacy board. Not vote for the folks who are running in place of the legacy members on their record, and to vote for 3 brand new members. And of course, you've heard us say over and over and over on here that we want you to vote for the 3 that are running for office, and that would be the Republican, by the way, Republican endorsed members: Shannon Davis, Pauline Bruno, and Ken Benway. And Benway, Bruno, and Davis. And I hope that you'll vote for them. But I also hope just as much that you will not take my word, that you will not take their word, that you will look these things up and figure it out and vote for yourself. But whatever you do, go vote, unless you're a Democrat, and then you can stay home. But thank you folks for listening. It's always a pleasure talking, and I hope that everyone has a wonderful day. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day according to Steve. So,
and I think early voting ends tomorrow at 7:30, right?
What's that?
Early voting ends tomorrow at 7:30.
You know what, Steve? I wish I had the answer.
I'm almost sure of that. So get out there if you want to early vote today or tomorrow. I went at 7 o'clock, and there was no line at all. So keep that in mind. In the meantime, so it goes for this Wednesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for a thumping Thursday. Until then, be sure to support the mom and pops you hear on WEEB, because they're the backbone of our economy here, and money stays here and rolls over and creates jobs.
Early voting in Saturday.
In Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. My bad. So we'll get that straightened out tomorrow. Also, if you're an advertiser or you're a business person and you need to increase business, especially this time of year, well, we can show you how to do it. Talk radio is the most effective way of advertising that there is, and I got the facts and figures to prove it. So give us a call. We got a budget for everybody. I'm Steve Leader Adams. Nick and Colton the dog and I will see you at the dog park.
When I come back, you'd better be laughing.
Ladies, you're gonna like this one. Who's Jenna? Who's Jenna from Bowling Green? What'd you do with her? Jenna? No. What did she send me everything today? What happened? You wanna tell me? I don't know. I bet not. Okay. So you wanna tell me what happened? Ladies, you're gonna like this one.
What these girls never realized was that they were at our VIP table, which alone cost a few thousand just to sit in, but I didn't charge them for that. What I did charge them for was all of these super expensive cocktails they had through the whole night, except for the first 3 rounds. In addition, the table they were sitting in, as mentioned, was VIP, so the menus were different than the normal ones. These menus don't say the prices on them. It's a trade secret in the restaurant business. And in addition, it had certain higher-end menu options such as white truffle, black caviar dishes, and specifically imported West Coast oysters, among other things. At one point in the night, I was honestly rethinking what I was doing, and I thought that I might be going too far with these poor girls. They might not know any better, but some things reassured me throughout the night, such as one of the baby Karens asked me if I felt like my life was worthless, since all I ever became was a waiter. Also, one of the other employees told me how they were discussing how to F with me to the point that they can just do this whenever they want and I will know to always give them a table. I also overheard them say,
"He's cute, but I would never date a waiter like that. He is such a pushover."
There were a bunch of comments like that the whole night, so I kept on with their life lesson. By the end of the night, each girl had racked up a bill in the range of $500 to $600 per girl. When I handed Queen Karen the bill, it was for $4,232.23 with tax and tip included, of course. I have never seen anyone sober up so quickly. She went from laughing and giggling with her friends to nearly in tears. She called me over instantly and asked if this was some kind of joke. I took the bill, looked it over, and said, "Oh yes, I apologize. I will get you the correct bill amount." Again, she felt a complete sense of relief, thinking that she got someone else's bill, and called me an effing idiot and went on to talk to her friends. When I went back to give her the correct bill, she flipped out again, going going crazy. I just asked her if there was something wrong on this bill that she didn't order. She and the girls were in shock and went over every single line of the bill, including the first few lines that show the original 3 rounds, which say complimentary. They then took out their phones and went line by line over everything for the 100th time, adding everything up. Extremely rattled, Queen Bee simply said, "1 second, I need to use the washroom." Part of me thought that she might pull a dine and dash and leave the baby Karens with the bill, but kinda low-key I did in a way remind her that we had her ID and credit card. Without making it obvious, I thought she was going to run out on the bill. 10 minutes later, she comes back with new makeup. Obviously, she had been crying, and goes on this whole story about how the food was awful, the drinks were bad, and so on, demanding that as a bare minimum I should cut the bill in half, with the agreement that the baby Karens will chip in, even though she originally told them that the night would be on her. What these girls never realized was that they were at our VIP table, which alone cost a few thousand just to sit in, but I didn't charge them for that. What I did charge them for was all of these super expensive cocktails they had through the whole night, except for the first 3 rounds. In addition, the table they were sitting in, as mentioned, was VIP, so the menus were different than the normal ones. These menus don't say the prices on them. It's a trade secret in the restaurant business. And in addition, it had certain higher end menu options such as white truffle, black caviar dishes.
شوف ايوه يلا يا جماعه اول شيء حنسويه حنجمع كومة تراب زي كذا تمام بعدين حنسوي فتحة صغيرة هنا يلا بسم الله 1 2 يلا بسم الله بسم الله بسم الله انا خايف بسم الله ايوه ايوه شوف ايوه يلا يا جماعه اول شيء حنسويه حنجمع كومة تراب زي كذا تمام بعدين حنسوي فتحة صغيرة هنا يلا بسم الله 1 2 يلا بسم الله بسم الله بسم الله انا خايف بسم الله ايوه ايوه
Hello, Mr. George. How much you pay for the new guy? 20 bucks? No. What a beautiful day to go outside. Hello, Mr. George. How much you pay for the What a beautiful day to go outside. Hello, Mr. George.
Mexican phrases that don't make sense when translated into English. Wey, qué pedo. Bull, what fart? ¿Qué? Mexican phrases that don't make sense when translated into English. Wey, qué pedo. Bull, what fart? ¿Qué? Mexican.
Because when men get older, things stop working. The synapses stop connecting. Normally the brain's like, every month I'm going to grow hair on this guy's head. Every month I'm going to grow hair on this guy's head. But 1 month the brain's like, every month I'm going to grow hair everywhere but this guy's head. I have hair growing in parts of my body I don't need. You want to know why older men grow hair in weird parts of their body? That's nature's way of saying, you're done.